of such nursing practice. Charge 3, Mississippi Code annotated 731529 1L is that the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely failure to maintain medical records in a professional manner by making false entries in patient records and violations of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, R1.2, E4.
Thank you. And what are the facts in the complaint that support those charges?
On or about June 10, 2022, the respondent was employed at Tupelo Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Tupelo, Mississippi. At approximately 7:15, the nursing staff went into the room of the resident who was under the care of the respondent to get the respondent breakfast. It was noted that the respondent's window was open and the screen was pushed out. The respondent was not in the room, and the search of the facility revealed that the resident was not on the facility grounds. The resident was discovered approximately 2.6 miles away from the facility at 8:25 a.m. The resident was found unharmed, but was taken to North Mississippi Medical Center for evaluation and possible treatment.
Can you go to page 11, please, ma'am? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Can you tell the panel what this document is?
This is statement of Ms. Ism.
According to her statement, what happens after Ms. Isom's initial round?
The patient came to the desk, asking, the patient came to the nurse's desk asking Ms. Ism to come here.
And where did the patient state he was going?
He was going to Alabama.
And what did Ms. Isom do after entering the patient's room?
She put him back to bed, but he was fully dressed.
And at what time does Ms. Isom say that this occurred in her statement?
12 a.m.
And what did Ms. Isom do when she left the room?
She came out of the room and charted on the resident.
And did she say anything about checking on the patient after that?
No,
What did Ms. Isom say that the patient mentioned leaving before she left? What did Ms. Isom say that the patient mentioned before he was leaving?
that he wanted to go to Alabama.
And had he ever tried to escape before, according to the statement?
No,
And does she say why she was not worried about him escaping?
because he had a Wonder Guard in place. And the Wonder Guard would use the alarm. The Wonder Guard was located on his left leg.
Did she say what time she made a check on him or what the last time she made a check was?
She did not check on him anymore throughout the night.
But did she chart that she checked on him after the night, according to her statement?
Yes,
The report on, can you go to page 17 for me? Can you identify this document for the board panel?
the supervisor and investigative summary form.
All right, that report talks about events that took place on June the 10th, 2022 at about 7:15. Can you tell us what happened at the facility about that time?
The staff went to get the patient for breakfast and the patient was not in the room.
And what did the facility do next?
The staff looked around the facility and outside the facility for the resident.
And what did they notice about the resident's window?
The window was open and the screen was pushed out
So where was the patient finally found?
at Veteran Square,
And how, did it say how far away that was from the facility?
2.6 miles from the facility
And at what time was that patient found?
at 8:25 a.m.
And what did the resident have when the resident was found?
He was carrying the garbage bag with belongings.
And how does the report from that facility describe that patient's state of mind kind of in general?
The patient was alert, can state his name and time, person, place, current event. but he was paranoid and speaking about wanting to leave since admission to the facility. He feels his family has stole from him, and he became agitated with other staff.
Does it say anything about the health of the resident after he was found?
Oh, he was not harmed. No.
Okay, so the second, he was found unharmed, but just, is that what you were saying?
Yes,
The second paragraph on page 18 talks about the resident's condition when he arrived at North Medical Center. Can you tell us about the state of mind of the resident at that time?
yes, the resident was sent to North Mississippi Medical Center on 6/10/22. Upon arrival, he was able to name his name, give his date of birth, but not the year. Resident was able to identify correctly that he was in Tupelo. He also knows that it was June and the year was 2022.
So did North Mississippi Medical Center admit that resident,
Yes,
and what for?
they admitted him for altered mental status and orders for psychiatric consult.
To your knowledge, has Ms. Isom, I'm sorry, denied any of these events that we've covered?
No,
I have no further questions, John.
Ms. Isom,
Yeah,
have any questions for state's witness? Any questions from the board panel? They call your next witness, or do you attend this witness?
Yes, ma'am, I turn this witness.
Witnesses,
There you go.
Ms. Isom, would you like to give a statement to the board at this time?
I just want to say that I'm not the nurse that this incident makes me look like. I just didn't think the man would go out the window, honestly. In all my years of nursing, I've never had anybody try to get out the window on me. I mean, he had a Wonder Guard on, and I just didn't think he would escape. And I did sign the mark. And that was just clicking my reds before the next shift. Not the nurse this incident makes me look like, though. I promise you. The fella, he usually comes to the desk if he needed anything. Before I left out of the room, he was laying in the bed. I was like, why don't we just take a nap before we go to Alabama and get rested up? Sometimes you gotta get on their level and talk to them. So I was just like, let's take a nap before you go. He was laying down. I pulled the door up behind me when I left. And I was up and down the hall all night, and I just didn't open the door back up. I didn't open it. There's a fellow that I give medicine to in there, and he just came out to my car that morning, so I never entered the room. So,
Any questions? Cross-examination, please, at this time.
Yes, John. Ms. Isom, will you state your name, your county of residence, I'm sorry, and current place of employment for the record?
April Isom, Union County, and New Albany Health and Rehab.
And how long have you been there?
Almost a year.
Have you had any disciplinary issues while you've been working there?
No, I have not.
Can you tell the board a little bit about your educational background?
I went to nursing school and I graduated from New Albany High School. I went to nursing school in Northwest Mississippi Community College in Oxford, Mississippi,
And what year did you get your nursing license?
2007.
Prior to the allegations against you today, have you ever had any disciplinary action before the board?
I have.
Can you tell the board about that?
I was working in Ripley at Diversicare, and I let a CNA that was in her last year of nursing school, last semester nurse school, check her blood sugar.
Did you receive any disciplinary action from the board for that?
Yes, I had to take some classes.
And that was all?
Mhm.
Have you had any, are you licensed in any other jurisdiction besides Mississippi?
No, sir.
You haven't had any disciplinary action in another jurisdiction at all?
No, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened? I know you kind of spoke that you never had anybody go to the room, but in your statement, you said that the last time you checked on him was 12. Did he go, was he asleep after that? And he's like, did anybody go in the room after you went in at 12?
Not as far as I know,
So that 12 o'clock was the last time
that I physically laid eyes on him, yes.
so you were just documenting that you saw him after that? So
I was just clearing my reds before the next shift, honestly.
is that the first time you've done that, or is that like a common practice that you did?
No, I'm usually always in and out the rooms because working there, you really didn't have any backup. You didn't have an aide normally. I went in many nights and was the aide and the nurse. I gave showers in the morning before I even gave my med pads because I was the only one there. And then the ones that do be there, if you ask them to do something, you almost had to fight them.
How many patients were you over when you were at that facility?
Approximately 30.
And you were the only one seeing those patients?
Yes.
So do you think the board could trust you, or would you be willing to accept any discipline that the board gave you in light of the events that happened in June?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions from the board?
So, Ms. Epson, I see
Yes.
in long-term care for 16 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I did notice that in B6, it talked about that normally this patient frequently gets up during the night. Did that not alarm you to perhaps go in the room?
No, ma'am.
Based on previous history with the board nursing, and now you're here before us for the second time, what assurances do we have that you're going to follow your scope of practice?
Well, I know this probably it. This the last shot. You don't have to worry.
What do you think is the appropriate action for the board of nursing?
Honestly, whatever you decide, I just hope you don't take them away from me.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Ison, you worked there all night long, right? So would you normally went in the room to check on that patient?
Normally I do. I don't. That night I just did not open the door back up. I don't even.
Patients in there,
No, it's 3.
3 patients in there?
Yes, ma'am.
So you never went back and checked on
All of them usually, if they needed anything, would hit the call light or come up to the desk, except for one, but he could use the call light.
Did you have a CNA that night with you?
Yeah, I always had one, but you never knew where they were. You didn't know if they would sleep, where they were.
You worked
And I had put my 2 weeks notice in previous because of that. I never had any backup on the floor. And the administrator, she was new there. She said, it's not fair that you leave me like this. Just give me a chance to straighten it out. So she knew the problem, but she didn't address it either. Which what I did was not the CNA's fault. I'm just saying I never had any backup on the floor.
So when you got there, you went in when you got there, check on the patient, right? When you
Yes.
started the shift,
Yes, ma'am.
so you did go back in that room?
No, ma'am.
TJ Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Isom?
No, ma'am, I have no further questions.
Any follow-up from any board members?
I do. Based on one of the items you have presented today, The administrator has said that they intend on you coming to work for them, but I just heard you say that you had put your resignation in. Where do you plan on working,
Where I currently am.
which is currently at this facility?
No, ma'am.
So you're no longer at that facility.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Further questioning or witnesses?
Definitely, Your Honor.
I'll take closing statements from both parties. Starting with counsel for the board.
Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Isom, by her own admission, falsified documentation, and a patient managed to make it almost 3 miles away from the facility. Fortunately, no harm came to the resident. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G and 73-15-29-1L, Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2E4. Both state that a nurse is in violation of the Nurse Practice Act if that nurse has falsified records or made false entries. Ms. Isom does not deny what happened or what she has done, and she has owned up her mistake, even though there could have been detrimental harm caused by her actions. Respectfully ask the board's panel consider taking disciplinary action on license of Ms. Isom. Thank you, Your Honor.
Isom, your closing statement.
Well, just like I said, I'm honestly not the nurse that this incident makes me look like. I do love my residents. And I messed up that night. I just didn't open the door. I was up and down the hall all night, changing people, answering call lights, and I just did not go back in the room.
This time, we'll conclude this matter. Case number 2022-0466. The hearing on this matter is concluded. The board will render its decision today and issue findings of fact. There. So at this time, move on to the next matter. Yeah. So you can wait out there if you want to on the board's or you'll receive a copy of it in the mail.
You said receive a copy in the mail?
However you want, if you want to wait today, you can wait out there. And or you can wait on the decision to receive it in the mail. But they will render a decision today. If you have time to wait on it, you can sit out there.
Okay.
More. It's your exam. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you can-
Yeah, we'll have it.
Okay. I didn't know. Wish I would have No, I didn't know. Get limits, y'all. It's gonna be around. Yeah, it's going to.
It is, I mean. Yeah.
Mr. Walker, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the matter up, is it case number 2022-0546?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Ms. Smith here? All right, I'll call this hearing to order on case number 2022-0546. I am Kristen Love, the hearing officer for today. During this hearing, my role will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll let the board members introduce themselves to you, this panel.
Nancy Washington.
Senator Culpepper.
Carly Walker. And we have TJ Adams on Zoom.
Yes, ma'am. TJ Adams, Arian.
Okay, and counsel for the board, at this time, I allow you to introduce yourself
Brandon Walker.
and,
Smith.
and Ms. Smith, are you represented by counsel today?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that based on the charges against you, if those violations are substantiated, your license may be negatively impacted?
Yes, ma'am.
And notwithstanding the same, you still want to proceed without counsel?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any, well, at this time, I'll allow the court reporter to swear in the witness.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Walker, are you presenting any witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to enter into evidence, exhibits B1 through B12.
Ms. Smith, do you have any objection? No objection, those exhibits are admitted. Are y'all ready to proceed? May proceed. Okay. So Ms. Smith, you are here appealing an administrative denial.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed with your case.
I had my license back in 2 months ago. Speak up. No, I'm sorry. I was denied. I graduated school in July last year. I've had to go through a psychological assessment, trying to prove to the board that, you know, I'm well and good. My background is due to my past, me being young and, you know, just running with the wrong crowd. I've learned from my mistakes. I haven't been in any trouble since I've been through nursing school, no trouble. I've since then got all my stuff expunged as well. And just trying to get my license.
Okay. So if you are LPN applicant,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, at this time, I'll allow the board members to ask you questions. Do you have any, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. At the time of licensure, Ms. Smith was asked to enter into an ASP with the board due to her criminal history. In April, the ASP was rejected by the panel and Ms. Smith appealed that rejection. On April 18th, 2023, Ms. Smith's criminal record was expunged. The basis for Ms. Smith not receiving her license when she initially applied for licensure was because of her past behavior concerning her criminal history. This behavior was as recent of July 2019. Mississippi Code annotated 99-1971 states that the effect of an expunction order shall be to restore that person to the status he or she occupied before any arrest or indictment for which they were convicted. Therefore, Ms. Smith has been restored to the status as she was before her convictions. Ms. Smith, have you had any criminal convictions that have not been expunged? Given your past, do you think you've had a behavior issue in the past?
Yeah.
Do you think that you would have an issue going forward?
No.
Why not?
I just grown as a person. I'm a mother now. I'm just more mature. I was just young.
Did you have any issues while you were in nursing school?
No,
And you haven't had any, I think the last one on your expungement record said it was 2019. Was that the last incident you had?
yes.
So nothing since then?
No, sir.
You have anything outstanding as far as?
No, everything's paid off in full.
So just to, given the exhibits and just so you're aware that if you get a felony conviction ever, there's, the law states that you can't have a multi-state license. You're aware of that?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board?
Have one. Ms. Smith, there are some areas of concern, seeing as that you've had a 6-year criminal history. And what assurances does the Board of Nursing have that you will maintain as you have? Because the latest one was 2019.
Yeah,
That is really current.
yeah.
And some of the offenses could impact patients.
Yeah. Before the 2019, it was a big gap within that last incident I tried to avoid. I don't think my past will affect what I want to do. I love to take care of people. I have a passion for taking care of people. I just want to, be a nurse and take care of people. I don't think my past will. I've grown as a person. I'm more mature. Just not that person anymore.
Mr. Adams, do you have any questions? TJ Adams?
Ms. Smith, I have one question, and that is around authority and being able to answer to whomever you work for. Do you currently hold a job at a location?
I was working for a temp staff, for what is it, like a plant job. Like I was assembly line worker, just doing something to bypass time until now.
So you have current employment?
It's like a temporary job. Temp.
So how have your reviews been at your current employer?
Great. I think I show up on time. I've never been late. I work. I get along with everyone. I'm a hard worker. I don't have any problems. I don't give anybody problems.
One last question. What was your motivation to becoming a nurse?
Well, I've worked as home health aide. My mom's a nurse. I've watched her as a child growing up, and that's just something that I've always wanted to do. Even in school during clinicals, I just loved doing it. We weren't getting paid to do it, and that's just something I love to do. Caring for the elderly is something that I have a passion for.
I have no further questions.
At this time, I'll allow closing statements. Start with you, Ms. Smith.
I just would like for you guys to give me a chance to show you guys that I'm not that person that my past is. I was just young, running with the wrong crowd, influenced by the wrong people. I had no guidance. But since I've become a mother, I've changed my life around. I went to school trying to provide a better future for me and my son. So just pray you guys give me a chance.
Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Smith was denied her license due to her behavior at the time of licensure. Ms. Smith has since had that criminal record expunged, which by law returns her to the status she was before her convictions. Her behavior has shown that she has had concerning behavior in the past, but she has seemed to show a tendency to improve herself. The law does not allow us to hold her convictions against her. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The board will render its decision. I'll conclude this hearing at this time. The board will render a decision today and issue findings of fact and conclusions of law, hopefully before lunchtime. So if you want to wait out there, you can, and or if not, you can receive it in the mail.
Thank you.
It's locked. I don't think it's working, but we don't have to hold it. It's not doing this. Thank you, David, for trying. Right, it's not something. Can we,
Evidence raised by the parties, procedure and orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the board members to introduce themselves to you.
Casey Johnson.
Sandra Culpepper.
Patricia Williams.
Latricia Williams, we have TJ Adams on the call. And for the attorney representing the board, state your name.
Deanne Salzman.
Ms. Williams, I see, you're not represented by counsel today? And do you understand the charges against you? And do you understand that, you know, if these violations are substantiated, it can negatively impact your license? And understanding all of that, understanding the charges and the negative impact possibly on your license, you still want to proceed with?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I'll execute report of the sworn witnesses.
I swear, affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Attorneys, do you know how many witnesses to swear in?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters?
Yes. We request that the board be allowed to introduce into evidence exhibits B1 through B18. Additionally, I believe the respondent has submitted R1 through R12. Is that correct? Would you like those also introduced today?
Yes, ma'am.
And we would also like to introduce R1 through R12 on behalf of respondent as well.
Okay, any objections to the board's
No, ma'am.
exhibits? And from the board, any objections to the licensees exhibits?
No, Your Honor, and I have one additional request that we seal the exhibits to protect health information as well.
That's granted, and the exhibits are admitted, they are sealed to the health issue. Included therein. Are you ready to, well, the course of these proceedings will have opening statements, there's direct examination, cross-examination, questions from the board, and then closing statements. So are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Williams will begin with you. As this is an appeal of administrative denial.
Good morning. My name is Latricia Williams. I thank God for being here. Among y'all, I've been waiting on this forever. I've been a nurse over 20 years. An incident occurred while working at a hospital. And I self-reported to the Board of Nursing, Ms. Velma Davis, and she transferred me to who I need to talk to. So, my license was suspended. I obtained an attorney. My attorney wasn't representing me properly, so I just canceled it and step out on faith. I'm asking the board to grant me an opportunity to resume my career as a nurse. Making a split-second decision just caused me my life. I've lost my house. But at that time that I was going through this, I had my daddy at home on hospice. He had throat cancer. I have a intellectually delayed son. That's my passion that took me into nursing, because I knew I could care for him. I can care for somebody else. I worked in every field it is. I've worked at the nursing home. I worked at home health. I worked at hospital, med surg, telemetry, ICU, step down, and the ER. I worked in every department, and I just pray and ask that the board give me another chance as a nurse.
Okay, Mrs. Salzman, any other questions? Cross-examination?
I'd like to make a brief opening statement, if permissible. We're here today on Ms. Williams' appeal of the administrative denial of her application for reinstatement of her RN license. This case is somewhat unique in that Mrs. Williams was licensed as an RN before this board, and that license was summary suspended on January the 28th, 2022 for the incident that we're here about today. Mrs. Williams' case was initially set for hearing in April of 2022, and her counsel requested a continuance until December. That continuance was granted. In December, her attorney requested a continuance until February. That was also granted. Because Mrs. Williams remained in a suspended status, she was blocked for renewal in December of 2022, when RNs typically renew every 2 years. So her license expired by operation of law on January the 1st, 2023. Thereafter, Ms. Williams had to reapply for licensure with this board. Her application was denied, and the board ratified that denial at its April 2023 meeting pursuant to Part 2825, Rule 1.9b. Ms. Williams has now appealed the denial of her reinstatement application. And 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2825, Rule 1.9g provides that in all administrative denial of licensure appeal proceedings, the applicant has the burden of proof to show any and all evidence indicating why the administrative denial should be overturned. Because this is an appeal of an administrative denial, the burden is upon Mrs. Williams to show why this matter should be overturned. Thank you.
Any response, Ms. Williams?
I will have some questions. I don't know if you want me to do those now, or if you want me to do those questions after the board panel has questions.
Get started.
Mrs. Williams, if you would state your name and county of residence for the record.
Latricia Williams, Pike County,
What's your current place of employment?
nowhere.
You're not currently working. When was your last day of employment?
December of 2022.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working with the agencies, Precision Healthcare Selection, just different agencies.
I can't hear her. If you would pull that microphone really close.
I was doing agency as you go into, facilities and just work at different facilities.
So what agency did you work for?
Precision Healthcare.
Precision.
Mhm.
And if you would, please tell the board about your educational background.
I started out as an LPN. I got my LPN license in 2002. I got my RN license in 2010. I got my bachelor's degree of nursing in, I think, 2015. I graduated from Walden with my psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. February of 21, I passed my boards December of 21. And I was licensure January of 21, but I never practiced as a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner due to my life.
Slow down, you never practiced as a what?
A psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. Yeah. Mhm. Due to the suspension put on my registered nurse license that occurred in August of 2021.
Are you currently licensed in any other jurisdictions?
No, ma'am.
Were you previously licensed in other jurisdictions?
I've had a Louisiana license before they became compact.
Anywhere else?
No, ma'am.
And can you tell us, I know you said that you got your RN license in 2010, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where have you worked?
I've worked,
During your nursing history?
I've worked for several staffing agencies, AMP Professional Staffing, Precision Healthcare. I worked at Merit Health Central, Liberty Community Center, that's a nursing home, Mississippi Adolescent Center, in Brookhaven, Mississippi, with autistic kids. Where's that? That's about it. Other than that, with the agencies, we go different places.
Prior to the allegations being made against you today, have you had any previous disciplinary actions with this board?
Yes, ma'am. Before I ever became a nurse, I reported to the board of nursing. They told us we got to report any and everything that happened, even a traffic violation. I was involved in an altercation before becoming a nurse, and I reported to the board of nursing, a simple assault misdemeanor. It was expunged from my record.
Do you have evidence of that expungement?
No, I don't have it with me, but I did it. It's expunged.
And at the time that you had the simple assault conviction, did you enter into an ASP with the board?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in approximately 2002, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Have you had any discipline with any other state boards of nursing?
No, ma'am.
If you would please look at page MSBN 8. Is this the letter that you received from the board setting forth the grounds for denial of your application?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree that the 3 grounds listed for denial are that you've been suspended previously,
Yes, ma'am.
that you negligently or willfully practice nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D,
Yes, ma'am.
and that you engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1K?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would, on that first paragraph on the same page, it states that on or about August the 27th, 2021, while employed as a registered nurse at Merit Health Central in Jackson, Mississippi, you were observed on surveillance coverage having a physical altercation with a patient at 7:52 p.m. Coverage shows you struck the patient 8 to 9 times in the hallway. Is that what happened?
No, ma'am. What happened was I was walking out of the nurse's station, going to the bathroom before I got ready to do the medication pass. It was only me and one other nurse with 19 patients. We had 2 patients on high-risk suicide watch, so they had to take our techs to watch those patients. The patient come up to me, she asked me for a snack. I told her, I give you a snack when I give you your medication. And she was like, come on. I said, please. I said, just let me give you a snack when I get through with the medication. You can have how many other snacks you want. And I had my bathroom bag in there and my Lysol can to spray the bathroom. She said, I'll take that Lysol can and beat your ass with it. And next thing I know, she jumped over on me. All I recall is putting my hands up and the Lysol can in the black bag was in my hand. I don't deny it, but I don't know what happened after. But when I did get the patient down to hold her, I called for help about 5 or 6 times. Nobody never came. The nurse in the nurse's station said she heard somebody, but she thought it was just Cause we worked on the site ward. She started with somebody just hollering, so she got up and she come out in the hallway and we removed the patient from the hallway to de-escalate the situation, not to get the other patients stirred up. The patient didn't require any treatment. She didn't have any injuries on her. Dr. Perkins made his round. We told him what happened. Dr. Perkins said, I'm not gonna go in the room. He talked to the patient from the nurse's station across the hall about the distance we are. That's how that's how the nurse's station is to the room that she's in. I received a broken finger. I thought it was jammed and I went down to the ER and it was a broken finger from the patient bite. When she bit it, she disattached this joint right here in your middle finger.
If you would please look at page 17. It's exhibit B9. And just as a reminder, we will only call the patient just to
Okay,
protect
all
their
right,
identity
okay.
today. If you would look at the third paragraph from the bottom. Well, first of all, tell me who drafted this document.
Elvie Willis,
And who is Elvie Willis?
she was the director of our unit.
So is she your boss?
Yes, ma'am.
And it appears, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this document memorializes the statement that was made between Mrs. Willis and the patient about this incident. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes, ma'am.
And if you would, the third paragraph from the bottom, what does that say?
When I was asked the patient how this all stated, I was just standing in the hallway and she started hitting me. I didn't even swing on her.
Okay, so is it the patient's side of this that you started this incident?
That's what that say, but that's not how it happened.
And if you would, please turn to page 34. And that's exhibit B16.
Okay.
And if you would, please tell the board panel what this document is.
This is a disciplinary action notice that I received from Merit Health Central.
And could you tell us what it says under discussion?
They through investigation of the allegations by patient, it has been subsided from the
Substantiated.
View of a video footage that the non-therapeutic physical intervention with patient, used with patient.
So it says after a thorough investigation of the allegations by the patient, it has been substantiated that from view of the video footage that non-therapeutic physical intervention was used with the patient. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you terminated as a result?
Yes,
of this
ma'am.
incident?
Mhm.
And did you report, without going through the documents, did you report like you did today that the patient in fact swung at you first?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that there's video coverage of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you charged criminally as a
I-
result of this incident?
I was, and it was dismissed. I was charged by the Attorney General's office, vulnerable abuse on an adult, misdemeanor.
So let's walk through that. If you would, please turn to page 40. And this is the abstract of court record from Hinds County Justice Court. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says the judgment of the court is non-adjudicated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And under Mississippi law, non-adjudication means that you had to enter a plea of guilty in order to receive a non-adjudicated sentence. Did you know that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. So did you enter a plea of guilty?
They didn't give me the option. They just said, it did occur. I don't deny it did occur. It did happen.
And then you've since had this expunged, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, look at page 41, and I believe that's the order of dismissal. And what's the date of that dismissal?
Is that February the 9th? 2023.
Okay. And then if you would, it mentions that you have successfully completed all terms and conditions of the court-ordered non-adjudication and anger management as ordered by this court. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so when we looked at page 40, the date, your court date was December 22nd, 2022, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this charge was dismissed on February the 9th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if you would go back to page 37, tell us what this document is.
This is the award of the certificate of me completing the anger management treatment class.
Who told you to participate in this particular class? Did you have a choice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me what the justice court ordered you to do.
They told me I could do 6 weeks of anger management, or I can do 6 months of probation.
So when you say 6 weeks of anger management, is that like once a week or is that?
Yes,
every
ma'am,
day?
once a week
On a Saturday?
on Thursdays,
How long?
1 to 2 hours.
So you completed approximately 6 to 12 hours of anger management courses?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you done any other type of anger management courses?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently in any other type of treatment program?
No,
Whether
ma'am.
it's counseling, anger management, any other kind of program?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any other criminal history other than the 2 incidents that we discussed?
No,
today?
ma'am.
Have you ever been arrested other than in 2002 and 2021?
No, ma'am.
You've readily admitted today that you've been charged twice with assaults in the past.
One was before I ever became a nurse. They over 20 years apart. And the charge that I was facing in 2021 was not a charge where I thought it over and over again. I didn't know if I should have balled up the lock on the door. When you put the key in, you have to slide the door up and down. I knew I couldn't run in the door. I could have ran and started screaming in the hallway or balled up. I just froze up. I don't know.
We'll circle back to that in just a second, but tell me, do you believe you have an anger management problem?
No, ma'am, I wasn't angry.
Okay. Have you taken any steps outside of this one particular anger management class to take any other anger management classes?
I go to church. I speak with my pastor. We have Bible study on Wednesdays when I'm going through stuff. I know how to de-escalate a situation if something going on. I talk to him and I talk to another pastor. If I'm going through stuff, I always step out the equation and try to evaluate the situation, but I haven't had any anger problems.
And tell me again, when you last worked as a nurse?
December 2022.
December of 2022.
No, December 2021.
Okay.
Yeah, because my license was suspended in January.
So
Okay.
where were you working from December of 2021 to your license was suspended on January the 28th, 2022?
With Precision Healthcare Agency, you pick up your own shifts.
So you just did not work in that month prior to being suspended?
No, I don't. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I didn't work. Honestly, I couldn't think of nothing else to apply for outside of being a nurse. That's all I know is nursing. Trust me, I took a real estate class. I looked into other stuff, even truck driving, but nothing. I didn't.
Just to kind of go back, I think maybe we crossed wires here. It's your testimony that in December of 2021 is when you last worked as a nurse. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not suspended by this board for your actions in August of 2021 until January of 2022.
That's right.
Okay, so why were you not working from December of 2021 to January of 2022?
I was working with agency. Agency, you make good money. You don't have to work every day. You can go to work and work one straight week and make a good amount of money. And then it was the holidays too, so you don't have to pick up any. And then I was also studying for my boards for nurse practitioner. So
So in that month, you had just chosen not to work.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. If the board panel decides to reverse the denial of your application, are you willing to take refresher courses or any other education?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That the panel deems appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's circle back to August the 27th, 2021. The physical altercation, did it occur in the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I told you that my review surveillance video showed that you assaulted the patient first, would it be your testimony today that that's wrong?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would, the video has been introduced into evidence, I believe is Exhibit B8 for purposes of time. I can either play that or we can provide a setup where it can be viewed in executive session. If there's a preference, I can do it either way. But I would ask for maybe a 5-minute break to get that surveillance set up if we need to proceed with watching it today.
We'll look at it.
And like that, I have no further questions.
Any additional response to her cross-examining you, Mrs.?
No, ma'am.
None? Any questions from the board?
Certainly do. So for clarification, I was looking on MSBN 18 for reference. And I'm trying to clarify, were you doing a med pass when this occurred?
No, ma'am, I was walking to the bathroom. It's a door right side where I stopped to talk to her. I say, please just go to the day room and I'll give you a snack as soon as I pass my medication. We didn't have any extra nurse. We had to pass the medications out.
Okay. And seeing that you work in psychiatric care,
Yes,
have
ma'am.
you received the escalation technique training?
I have in the past. Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you not utilize that instead of waving your arms with the Lysol can?
I did not fear. I had fear for my life, and be honest with you, I didn't know what she was gonna do. I even told her that I'd give her as many snacks as she wanted. I told her, you know, I will. She have them in her room lined up on the wall. If she asks me for them, I give them to her.
And with this patient, had you had any previous interactions that were negative?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? TJ Adams, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Your Honor, I have one additional question. I'm sorry. Mrs. Williams, from my review of surveillance, in the hallway before this incident, you swung at a different patient. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Ms. Williams, have you seen the video that she's?
No, ma'am.
Well, can we watch
Give me 5 minutes to get it set up. We'll do that.
It was like a brief 5-minute recess.
Mr. Adams, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I believe we're ready when you're ready. Go back on the record.
We're ready to go back on the record, but just for the record, I'd like for the board members to state their names for the record.
Sandra Culpepper.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Carly Walker.
TJ Adams.
We're ready to proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to play this video and Mrs. Williams, if you would tell me what this date says right here at the bottom, I'm kind of circling it.
8/27/2021,
And what's the time?
1952.
Is this you that's in the blue?
No, ma'am.
That's not you?
No, ma'am. That's a patient.
This is a patient?
Yes, ma'am.
If you see anything, please tell us.
I see the patient swinging at another patient. Well, she's attacking another patient.
Where are you in this video?
I'm not on it right there.
So currently, you're not on this video.
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna try to fast forward. Could you identify all of the parties, starting with the one, and I'm sorry it's sideways, I could not figure any way to do that. Is this a patient on the left?
Yes, ma'am. Everybody in the hallway is a patient.
And who is this right here?
The patient that she was swinging at earlier,
Okay, and who is in the blue?
the patient,
Who is this right here?
patient. Everybody in the hallway is a patient.
Would you tell me when you come into the screen and I'll stop it?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what's?
Yes,
going
ma'am.
on?
That's all the way at the back of the hall. Can you zoom it in some?
Good try.
Rewind it some.
Want me to back it up?
Yeah, just a little bit. I can't.
That far enough?
Yes, ma'am, I guess.
Where are you in the hallway?
Look like I'm right on the other end. I
Do you-
can't see.
So it's your
Oh.
testimony that you're not any of these individuals today?
I can't make out who really nobody is, but it, all the way to the back of the hall, that could be me all the way to the back. If I can see it close up, but I'm not gonna say it's me unless I can just,
Probably this as much as I can magnify it, but
Mhm.
I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
okay.
And
Okay.
if at any point you want me to stop, we're at 1953. So there's an altercation happening in the back of the hallway.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And that altercation continues. And are you one of those two individuals involved in the altercation?
If I can see it good, I can tell you correctly if that's me or not. I can't see it.
Okay, so where were you on August the 27th, 2021 and 1953?
I was coming out the nurse's station going to the bathroom.
And it was your testimony previously that the altercation occurred in the hallway, is that
In the
correct?
hallway at the door in front of the bathroom.
So we'll continue playing. Did you tell the board panel if that's you involved in the altercation?
That's gotta be me.
So are you in the black attire or the
The
blue
dark
attire?
navy blue attire.
Okay, so let's go back again. Just to make sure we have it. Again, I'm sorry, I know it- I'm not the best at this. So at this point, would you not agree that? Are you the one at that point that's being hit or the one that's hitting?
I'm holding her. I see I'm holding her.
Are you against the wall or are you the person
I'm on the,
to
I'm,
the right?
I'm to the right. She's going down. That's how I restrained her. When we got on the floor, I just held her down.
Okay, go back just
And
one more
scream for help.
time. I'm gonna stop it and I'm gonna play this again. For the patients in the blue. Okay. You come from the nurses station, is that correct? Yes, ma'am.
She dived in on me.
That's you that's taking the patient towards the wall. is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you take the patient into a room.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is additional video coverage on here that does show the nurse's desk, but it doesn't show the actual altercation, but just for full transparency about what's on the video itself. In light of what you just saw, is it still your testimony that you didn't hit the patient first?
Yes, ma'am.
Patient struck you first?
Yes, ma'am.
And then further questions?
All right, any questions from, do you have any follow-up?
Yes, ma'am. I have a character witness in person that I emailed them and told them I brought with me.
Well, 1 second, I'll let the, board panel ask you questions.
Okay,
based off
okay.
before you begin.
I do have some questions. So based on the video I just saw. By looking at the video, I saw someone standing to the side with the white mask, white badge.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were in the video frame earlier when Miss
I
Saltzman.
couldn't tell. It's blurry. I only saw the light blue and then I saw a bunch of patients walking in the hallway. So I couldn't tell by me being on the other end of the patients. I couldn't tell. I couldn't see.
So if we went back on the video at about 1950, 1951, you were actually in the hallway. You were
52, yes, ma'am. That's what
you
I,
weren't off to the side.
well, yeah, I walked up the side of the hallway. I was going to the bathroom, walking up the side of the hallway. I didn't walk in the middle of the hall.
The other question I have for you. When you're trained to react to someone hitting you, are we trained to hit back?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, you,
Any follow-ups from board council?
No, Your Honor.
Are you ready to proceed?
yes, ma'am. I want to call my character witness, Mr. Brother Dwight Morton.
You can have a seat over there.
Now, ask the court reporter to swear you in at this time, once you see it.
Sir, would you please raise your hand?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Dwight Martin. I'm the minister of the 24th Street Church of Christ in Macomb. I'm used to looking down at notes, so bear with me a few moments, but I've been listening. And I know from experience, we have a nursing home ministry in our community. We've been over this ministry for 30 years, understaffed, underpaid. But yet we go over as a church once every 3 months and we adopt this particular facility, give away 100 bags. I mean, we do this, we give away free haircuts. But I know the pressure, it seems to me that the nurses are under. And I applaud all of our nurses. I call them our first responders. But listening today, I can't help but think about redemption, what it means to be redeemed, and what it means to have a second chance. As a pastor, 30 years, I got the hair to prove it. But I understand what it is to mess up, to make a split-second decision. I've been knowing Latricia for years. I've seen her hard work when she decided to leave the warehouse and go to nursing school and told me she was going to be an LPN, and we prayed for her, we celebrated her. She come back in a year or so and say she's going to be an RN, and the church stood up, we applauded her. And then she come back and say, I'm going to be a nurse practitioner. We stood up, we applauded that. And I used to ask her, I used to say, you know, how many chapters you got to study tonight? She said, I got 145 pages. I said, I wouldn't make it in that. But I have seen her commitment as a parent, as a mother. Her son is a special need child. It's hard. I'm a father. Wife's at home, and it's tough for us. But for a single parent mother to decide to go to school and want to create a better life for her children and want to create a better life for herself, we applaud her. She is one of our nurses in the church. We have a first response ministry. We have an active shooter ministry that we have. But we have in our nurses area, first aid, blood pressure, whatever we want to do among our members, she is always a part of it. Whatever we ask her to do, she's always willing to do it. I sit on a board. I sit on quite a few boards. I sit on boards where I'm pressured by the right. I'm pressured by the left to make a certain decision. And I have made the wrong decision being a part of a board. I have made a decision that bothered my soul, that I almost resigned off the board because of that. And I talked to the Lord, I talked to my wife. I said, you know, if I sit on this board, I'm going to be my own man. I'm going to make my own decisions. I'm going to make decisions based on what God put in my spirit to do. And that's right. And so I sit on a board, quite a few boards, that sometimes people are called to give an account for a split-second decision. No time to think. It just happens. And so we are always faced with the responsibility. Do we take away 20 years, 25 years, 30 years of a career? Do we take away the livelihood of this young man, this young woman who made that split-second decision? Or do we ask him the question? I have an 18-year-old son. Pray for me. He's a good kid. He's a smart kid. He's a godly kid. But nevertheless, he's a young man. And every now and then he gets boneheaded. When he was small, he thought I knew everything. He says, my dad is the smartest man in the world. But as he got older, my daddy don't know nothing. But it's one thing that he does. Every now and then he makes those split-second decisions, and it's the wrong decision. And I asked him, I said, Dwight, my namesake, I had to give him a name. I said, Dwight, what did you learn from that? He says, Daddy, this is what I learned. As long as you learn the lesson that you needed to learn, some things I can't teach you. You have to learn on your own. I can say here today that Miss Williams, this board, would give her the opportunity to finish her journey. It's her journey. She's 50 years old. She done set out on her career. Was it the right decision? No. But do we go and sacrifice that CNN, that LPN, that RN, and the nurse practitioner? Do we sacrifice that under one bad decision? If the Lord would have condemned me for my decisions in the past, I wouldn't be standing for 30 years as a senior pastor of a church. And so I encourage this board. It's your decision to prayerfully, like I do, make a wise decision, one that I can go home, sleep well at night, one that I can stand before the God of heaven and feel good about it. And so I encourage you to please consider giving her another chance and letting her continue her journey. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from Ms. Osborne for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the board for this witness? You have any additional witnesses? Anything further from either side?
Nothing other than closing.
Anything from any of the board members? TJ Adams, do you have any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any follow-up? Any other panel members? At this time, I'll allow for closing statements.
I've thought this over many, many times. If I could go back and do it again, I would have stayed at home with my father. I told the lady the night before, I said, it's too much, we short. I said, I'm not coming tomorrow. But my duty as a nurse, I agreed to work that day. So I went on and went in. And we get report. We don't know if we have any techs on the hall or not. We don't know if any security there or not. We got report. We waited for our techs. We never got a tech or security guard on the floor. I just wish I would, if I could relive it again, I wouldn't have went to work that day. I should have took off running, screaming and hollering help. I mean, a lot of stuff I think I could have did. Cause trust me, I think about this every day. I don't sleep good at night. I go to sleep, but when I wake up, I think about it again. And then not going to work. My son, you gotta work? I say, yeah, I go to work when you go to school. I be lying to him. I don't go to work when he go to school. I wait to go pick him up from school. I drop him off and I put on a scrub suit to go pick him up because I don't want him to get upset and my mama going through something, you know? So it's just been hard for me. But again, I just want to thank y'all for letting me come because when I did have an attorney, didn't seem like I was gonna ever get here. And after I stopped using him, I didn't have the money to hire another attorney to come and represent me. So I come here, step out on faith with God, just give me another chance. That's it.
Thank you. In August of 2021, Mrs. Williams was involved in an altercation with a vulnerable patient while she was employed as a nurse. That patient was asking for a snack. This is not Mrs. Williams' first time before this board, though it has been nearly 20 years. In 2002, she was also convicted for simple assault in Pike County. It's the duty and charge of this board to protect the health and safety of the public. If the panel today reverses this denial and decides that Mrs. Williams should again practice as a nurse in this state, I would ask that the panel consider all penalties available to the panel pursuant to Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2, and find that she did engage in conduct likely to harm the public and that she practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of nursing practice. Thank you.
Nothing further from either side or the panel. We will conclude the hearing this matter 2021-0857, the board will render its decision today. The issue findings of facts and conclusions of law. If you want to wait for that decision, you can wait out there in the atrium or, okay, I'm gonna wait.
I have one last matter that's a proposed ASP to present to the board panel before we can conclude. Yeah, first. Not to stand up, see. I'm sorry. Mr. Walker has something he wants to do before I do that.
Your Honor, I know we rested on case 2022-0466. We would like to amend the exhibit list to reflect R1 as one of the exhibits on behalf of the respondent, if the respondent has no objection.
Is the respondent still present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Isom, can you come forward? Do you understand that, is, asking to have your exhibits amended and added to the record?
Yes, ma'am.
In the record to add the exhibits that you wanted entered.
Yes, ma'am.
What are those exhibits?
They'll be labeled as R1.
And, Ms. Isom, can you explain why you want the board to consider these?
Because they partly show the nurse that I truly am. I do love what I do.
Well, these will be admitted. These are admitted.
Thank you.
You ready to proceed with the proposed ASP?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, that's gonna be a proposed ASP involving case number 2021-0526, 2023-0024, and then 2023-0208, involving licensee Ebony King. He's represented by Mr. Attorney Robert Ogletree.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ogletree and I have executed a proposed agreed settlement for the board panel to consider. The proposed settlement as well as the proposed final order is contained in the beginning front of the book. And this is a copy of the file. Mr. Ogletree has agreed to allow you to review this file in consideration of the ASP today. Thank
I will.
Make the motion.
This time, we'll entertain a motion to go into executive session, hearing that there is a basis to go into executive session to deliberate on the matters before the board this morning. Is there a motion to go into executive session? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Mrs. Adams, can you note your vote for the record? TJ Adams,
Yes, ma'am.
What is your vote as relates to, going into executive session at this time?
Yes.
All right, so at this time, the panel executive session. And we will return with the board's on these days. time, I'll ask the board panel to, well, I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
I will second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? None. Hearing none, at this time, I'd also ask the board members to introduce themselves for the record, to state their name for the record.
Sandra Culpepper.
Nancy Lewis Johnson. Holly Walker.
TJ Adams.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll provide you with the board's determinations in the matters we heard this morning. In case number 2022-0466, the board finds Ms. Isom, license number P-322775, guilty of charges 1, 2, and 3 of the complaint based upon the respondent's own admissions and sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record. Ms. Isom's license is restricted for a minimum of 24 months based on the clear and convincing testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. The restrictions are provided in this order, and they shall commence on the date of the final order that's issued. The hearing panel imposes certain penalties for each of the guilty findings prior to their hearing. And you can receive a copy of those, but summarily, the board found you guilty of the charges in the complaint and just issued you a restricted license for a period of 24 months. And you have certain courses to complete within a 6-month period. The courses are documentation and legal aspects. And after a minimum of 24 months of compliance with this order, you are eligible for removal of these stipulations against your license, provided you have practiced as a nurse for 24 months under the duration of this order, and while working as a nurse. Do you have any questions, Ms. Isom, about the decision made in your case?
So you're telling me I can't work for 2 months as a nurse?
You can, but your license is restricted, and the restrictions or you have a that you must comply with within this 24-month period, a $500 fine. You have to complete some 2 courses, quarterly reports, employee reports. You can get a copy of this, but yeah, ultimately, yeah, I mean, I guess big picture wise, yes, it's 24-month restrictions on your license, and these restrictions are detailed herein, meaning the $500 fine and the courses. Yes. In case number 2022-0546, the board that the decision dated June 6th. So the executive director's administrative denial of the respondent's application for LPN is reversed in all aspects, and Ms. Smith can be licensed as an RN in the state of Mississippi upon completion of all requirements set forth in the rules and regulations of the board and upon full compliance with any and all applicable statutory provisions. Is Ms. Smith still here? Do you understand the board's ruling?
You said RN? I'm sorry.
LPN, I'm sorry, LPN. Excuse me. You need to, yeah, they're allowing you to proceed with the process of getting your license. Does that make sense? And In the matter, case number 2021-0857. The board has moved that Ms. Williams be allowed to proceed with her application for licensure as a RN in the state of Mississippi after she has met the following stipulations within 180 calendar days from the date that the executive director executes this order. One of which includes a psychiatric evaluation with a component for anger management. The board also determined that after the restricted license is granted, Ms. Williams must comply with the following stipulations for a minimum of 24 months while limiting her practice as a nurse in the state of Mississippi. After a minimum of 24 months of compliance with this order, Ms. Williams will be eligible for removal of the stipulations from her license, provided she has practiced as a nurse for 24 months under this order and has completed the requirements of this order within 24 months. So ultimately, is Ms. Williams here? So do you understand? Okay, you understand. And you understand that you can't work as a nurse practitioner under this 24-month period, but you can work as a RN. Yes. And the restrictions and the requirements are provided in an order that will be provided to you within the same 30-day period. All of you all will receive it within 30 days with more details, but ultimately that's the big outcome of your matters today. And if you have any questions, please ask me now. Hearing none, I'll move on to the ASP. So in the matters, case numbers 2021-0526, 2023-0024, and 2023-0208, the board accepts the ASP as submitted. At this time, we will recess until until 1 p.m. when the next round of matters begin, but this morning's hearings have concluded. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We'll call this hearing to order. What's up first? Is it Scott or Kinsey? Scott, all right, we'll start with case number 2022-0131. Good morning. I am your hearing officer for this morning. My role during the course of these proceedings is to rule on objections, answer questions by the parties, and to ensure that this hearing it proceeds as fair and reasonable as possible. So, we will begin with opening statements, if you have any. Okay, so, well, first, let's just start here. Are there any preliminary matters? You do have some or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's hear.
I'd like to introduce an evidence, exhibits B1 through B6.
Any objections to that? Do you have any exhibits you'd like to have admitted?
No.
Hear no objections, the exhibits are admitted. At this time, I ask the court reporter to swear the testifying witnesses in.
Would you all please raise your right hand? Swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you. If you're ready to proceed at this time, you can start now with opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here today because Ms. Scott admittedly worked 17 days while her national certification was expired. In an email to the board, Ms. Scott broke down the days she worked along with the number of hours worked on each day. Ms. Scott practiced without a current license, privilege, or to practice or permit, which is unprofessional conduct, as set forth in Mississippi Code annotated Part 2820, Rule 1.2I. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license of Ms. Scott.
Ms. Scott, do you have any opening statement?
I do. I would like to say that I'm, first of all, very sorry this happened. I did not realize it was expired. It was an honest mistake. The last few years have kind of been a little challenging for me. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna cry, sorry. But I'd had cancer years ago and it came back, and then 21, the year that I was supposed to recertify, I guess I thought it was the next year when my license expired, and had several things happen. I was undergoing the cancer treatments, which I'm still doing now. And my father-in-law got COVID. He was very healthy and working, and he died. And his wife, who was disabled, she had to have a major surgery. And so that was on us to take care of. And then my mother had a surgery and had complications. And after an extended stay in the hospital, moved in with us. And there were some other things. I know you don't want my whole life story, but it was my fault. And I don't say those things to make excuses, just maybe to kind of maybe understand what was going on and why I didn't realize it was time to renew. But I would have never worked at all or broken, any rules if I had realized that it was expired. And I really am sorry.
Okay, at this time, after you now completed our opening statements, now board counsel will proceed with examining his witness. And then once he concludes, you can examine his witness also. And then it'll be your opportunity to provide further testimony and examination matter before us. So if you're ready, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's call Dr. Rebecca Kaglitz. Would you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record?
Rebecca Cagle, Monroe, Mississippi Board of Nursing,
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
about 9 months, be a year in September.
And what is it that you do for the board?
I'm the Director of Advanced Practice and Licensure.
Would you please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B2? and tell the panel what that document is, please?
This is a printout of the licensure from the Gateway showing licensure as a nurse practitioner and registered nurse through December 31st, 2024.
And what day was Miss Scott first licensed?
July 3rd, 1996 as an RN, as a nurse practitioner, October 24th of 2016.
Okay, thanks. If you would go to page 9, and would you tell the panel what that document is, please?
This is a copy of the charges against Ms. Scott. Yes, charge 1, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29 was that the respondent engaged in unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, mainly 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820 or 1.2D, practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of the license or directing others to practice beyond their authorized scope. And our charge 2 was Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29, in that the respondent engaged in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820 or 1.2, practicing nursing in this state without a current active Mississippi license, privilege to practice or permit, or while the license, privilege, or permit is revoked.
Thank you. And would you go to page 14, please?
Okay.
Could you tell the board panel what this document is?
This is an email correspondence between the former Director of Advanced Practice and Licensure, Tina Highfield, and Ms. Scott.
And what does Ms. Scott say in her email to Tina?
She had just mentioned that she had received a letter from Ms. Highfield and realized that she had messed up, that she had not renewed her national certification, and that she had dropped the ball, and she had spoken with someone in the certifying agency, AANP, and realized that she would have to retest in order to be able to recertify.
So she would say he messed up.
She did, she acknowledged it. And then she further gave a breakdown of the days, the hours, the 17 days exactly, the amount of time she worked.
Is that what's on page 13?
Yes, that was at the top of the page. All those hours.
So she not only admitted it, but she even sent the board a breakdown of what she had done.
She did.
Can you kind of explain the certification process that a nurse or a nurse practitioner has to go through when they recertify?
In Mississippi, for licensure with the state as an RN or APRN, we all license again at the same date, December 31st of the even years. So next year we'll all relicense. It's different with certification as a nurse practitioner in that it gives a really good test. Some of the certifications are good for 2 years, some for 5. Ms. Scott's was good for 5 from AANP as a family nurse practitioner, but it can be any day, any month, depending on when you first took that test. So this would have been Ms. Scott's first time, as I look at it, to recertify. So that's how it's a little different. It doesn't fall routinely in the same month or day.
And you and I talked before, you said something about the board was looking at implementing.
But because this has happened before, it's not uncommon. I did request of IT to put in a reminder system, much like we have for licensure. We get those automatic reminders as RNs and as APRNs of your license is going to expire on December 31st of that year. I've asked IT and they have begun sending that type reminder for national certifications as well, based on what we have on record in the Gateway. So a 654-321 month reminder. So that people won't possibly forget or miss it.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions, John.
All right, at this time, I'll ask the board members to, before we start, Ms. Scott, I'll ask the board members to just sort of introduce themselves, state their name.
Sandra Culpepper.
Nancy Morris Johnson, Carly Walker.
Participating via Zoom.
Laura Moore, nurse practitioner on Zoom.
Those are for the board members for your panel today. And before, it looks like, so you're not represented by counsel today?
No,
And you understand the charges that are pending against you and the negative impact that could possibly happen against your license? And, you still want to proceed without counsel?
yes.
Okay, I'll allow you to, now, you can ask this witness questions, the board's witness questions, or you can just sort of start with your own testimony that you want to make.
I really don't have any questions. As it said in the email, once I realized that it was expired, I stopped working immediately and I went back and researched with our office manager what days that I had worked. And exactly, I think on that email, I have even the hours and minutes of those 17 days. It wasn't, I mean, I know 1 hour, one patient was too many, but it wasn't that many days because of, with the COVID situation, I didn't know really, we were kind of trying to keep me from being exposed too much with not knowing exactly, you know, what it might do, but I stopped working and began to get recertified at that time. And like I said, you know, I'm very sorry. Have felt so stupid for letting it happen. It did. It was a mistake. It was my mistake. And I do own that. And I would never let that happen again.
This time I'll allow the counsel for the board to ask you some questions.
Okay.
If any.
Ms. Scott, could you state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Okay, Lindy Scott, and I live in Union County, Mississippi. And currently, I do some clinic work at Creekmore Clinic and Scott Family Medicine and some hospice work.
And what's your educational background?
I graduated in May of 1996 here in Jackson from UMC with my BSN, and then worked for several years. And then I went back to school in 2014 to UAB to get my family nurse, my master's in family nurse practitioner. And I graduated in August of 2016.
Have you had any prior discipline with the board before?
No,
What about any other disciplinary action with any other board?
no. I've been certified in Kansas and Missouri because we lived in Kansas City. And so I was certified in both of those states. I never worked in Kansas, but I did work in Missouri. And then in Tennessee, I was licensed there. These were all just as RNs. And I worked in Tennessee for several years, and the rest of the time has been in Mississippi.
You never had any disciplinary action in any other jurisdiction?
No.
I know you said a little bit about you had some things going on, is why you kind of missed it. I know Dr. Cagle said it was your first time, so you probably weren't really familiar with it.
Right. It was my first time to recertify. And so I just didn't understand, you know, completely everything. And then then the timing of when it was due.
So if the board decided to take disciplinary action on your license, would you be willing to abide by that action?
Yes, I'll do whatever I need to do. So, you know, just to continue to be able to be a nurse practitioner.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board? No questions? Laura, do you have any questions?
I do have a question. Do you have a current DEA license?
I do not. I had a DEA license for a while, and then since I was not working that many hours, we decided, because, you know, they're pretty expensive, just to let that lapse. And if someone else, you know, they could see a patient if they needed, you know, a prescription like that. So I do not have a DEA at this time.
Okay, so you just let it lapse. There was no action taken against your DEA?
No, we just
Okay.
decided that I wasn't working enough to warrant you know, getting it again.
Okay. And last question, just curious, how did you discover that you were working without a active certification?
I got a message, and I believe it was an email from the Board of Nursing.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
And hearing nothing further from the parties, at this time, I'll allow for closing statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a nurse if that nurse has violated the rules and regulations governing nursing. Ms. Scott's actions accidentally violated those rules and regulations. Ms. Scott has admitted her mistake and has said she is willing to accept the discipline the board may deem necessary. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any closing statement from you, Ms. Scott?
Just, as I said, I feel awful about this, and I hate that it happened. I hate that I let it happen, but I've learned from my mistakes, and I would never let this happen again. And I'm just very sorry that I did make this mistake.
Hearing nothing further from the parties, this will conclude this hearing of the matter 2022-0131. The board will render a decision today. So if you want to wait on that, you can wait in the atrium back there, or you can receive it in the mail. It'll be mailed to you as well.
Okay. I'll just wait, I guess. Thank y'all so much.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
We will proceed now with case number 2022-0429. I am Kristen Love, the hearing officer for today. My role during the course of this proceedings is just to ensure that orderly process, that the proceedings are conducted in a reasonable and fair manner for all parties involved. At this time, I'll allow the board to introduce themselves.
Sandra Culpepper. Carly Walker.
One member. Laura, if you could-
Laura Moore, NP on Zoom.
And counsel for the board
Deanne Salzman.
and counsel for the licensee.
Jeff Grimes.
If I may interject, we would move as a preliminary matter to introduce B1 through B12, as well as R1. Copies of these exhibits have been provided to council opposite, and we have agreed upon those exhibits. And I would request they be admitted under seal.
And before we begin, a board member would like to know if if the licensee takes any issue with this panel, just by virtue of professional and vocational relationships.
Your Honor, it was brought to my attention that there is a knowledge of at least one of the members. If I could, I don't really know what that relationship is. It just came up just a few minutes ago, so.
If you want to ask a few questions, I'll allow that.
Okay. Could I have just one moment? If I may, let me begin by just asking if any of the board members do know my client, Mr. Kinsey.
I do,
And Ms. Culpepper, how do you know Mr. Kinsey?
just through our community and the nurse honor
Okay. And how long have you known him?
code. Gosh, probably 3 or 4 years, but not constant contact
Can you tell us where you're employed
or self,
and what's your role there?
nurse recruiter.
Do you have any interactions professionally other than through the association that you mentioned?
No.
Do you have an opinion, either positive or negative, about Mr. Kinsey as a nurse practitioner?
I have no knowledge of any of it other than just personally conversations we've had through the nurse honor code.
Did you know him prior to his becoming a nurse practitioner?
No.
One moment. We have no objection, Your Honor.
Objection. Right, so we'll proceed. Are there any preliminary matters?
Sorry, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Yes, again, we've shared exhibits prior to today. And I'd move to introduce B1 through B12 as well as R1 and R2 into evidence and request that those exhibits be sealed to protect health information. There's no objection.
Any objection?
No objection.
So those will be admitted under seal.
And I have an additional preliminary matter. If I could point the board panel to B12, counsel opposite and I have entered into an agreed stipulation of facts in this case. And as such, the board will not be calling a witness because the respondent has admitted some of the allegations today. So that has been introduced as B12, and it's my understanding that respondent is willing to answer and entertain questions from the board panel. If the board panel has any questions. And again, I'm turning over to Mr. Rhymes as well, if there's anything else that you'd like to put on the record.
Yes, and our hope was to streamline this and to also reflect what our position had been from the beginning, that there was never a denial of the facts. There simply is a question of what is an appropriate response from the board to what he has freely admitted. We would like to put on some evidence as to his career and what he currently does and that type of thing, if there's no objection to that. But it would be more in the sense of what would be an appropriate penalty with respect to the incident that happened.
So you're wanting to limit their questioning to only on penalty.
No, and what we were saying is simply that there are no facts in dispute. If the board wants more information about those facts, then we're open and willing to answer any question. Our presentation is essentially, I don't like to use a criminal analogy, but essentially we're saying that we have pled guilty, but we're at the sentencing phase now and would like to address what would be appropriate there.
And if I may interject, there was a proposed settlement that was reached amongst council at the last hearing, but that was rejected. So Mr. Kinsey has from the beginning been very forthcoming, and that's why we've entered into the agreed stipulation of facts. Because the facts really aren't in dispute here, but and he is willing to answer any questions from the board panel, that's my understanding, related to this, or related to the complaint filed today, related to the facts. So I believe you to use your term, an open book to the board panel. I'm just not going to call a witness to prove my case because we've entered into this agreed stipulation.
Okay.
Yeah, try to streamline the process somewhat.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Do you want to give opening statements? No.
I don't think so.
What about you, Mr. Rhymes?
I guess I sort of already have at this point.
Well, then we'll jump right into questioning by the board if they have any questions. We're trying to get to the stipulation of facts.
Sorry, it's B12.
I was about to say.
And the complaint that was filed is B5.
No, the tab, the correct tab in the folder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tab 1, tab 2. It's for tab 13. Two, maybe. While they look over that briefly, Laura, if you have any questions,
I'm just kind of looking over it right now. If you give me just a minute.
On this Norco, was it the same coworker that you prescribed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that family member?
No, ma'am, just a coworker.
Okay, I just have a few questions. So on the initial prescription, it says that you had a documented encounter. Is that correct? Like you documented a visit?
I reviewed a documented encounter where he had been seen a few days before in the ER. I did not
Okay.
document.
Okay. So this has been on the same essentially coworker without a documented visit from you at any time?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the only person this has ever happened with?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell me a little bit about, I guess, why this occurred or what led you to prescribe this for the coworker?
The coworker had been sick for several days. And I worked very close with him because the ER I worked in, it was 2 nurses and myself. He had been coughing, unable to sleep at night, and they told him he had pneumonia from a previous visit. He is a combat veteran with multiple injuries to his back. He said, "I'm coughing so much, it's killing my back. Can you help me out?" So I wrote him the initial prescription. We got busy in the ER and I just didn't document on him.
Was that true for the subsequent encounters as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review a PMP on this coworker, or were you aware of any other substance use from him?
Did review it,
Mhm.
and when I did see that he had been getting from others, I told him I would not give him any more. That's when I asked him if he had a problem, and he's now in the recovery program here.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
any additional questions from any board members? How long you been in nurse practice?
Yes, ma'am, 5 years.
Have you worked with him the whole time?
No, ma'am. I worked all over the last 5 years.
How long did you know the coworker?
About a year and a half.
Any additional questions from any board members? All right, hearing nothing further, any closing statements? Oh, do you have? Would I be allowed to ask questions? Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Kinsey,
Running this very.
Yes.
You didn't raise your hand further.
we'll make it retroactive.
Right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Where do you currently practice?
I currently own my own clinic in Hattiesburg.
At the time of these incidents that happened, where were you employed?
At Covington County Hospital in the emergency room.
Do you do any other type of nursing?
Currently I also work part-time in North Dakota as a locums, work in Greene County, and also work for the federal government on the disaster medical team.
You were asked how long you've been a nurse practitioner. How long have you been in the nursing profession?
Nursing profession since 2008 when I graduated my ADN.
And have there been any similar instances where you were disciplined in any way by an employer or by the Board of Nursing?
I have none on my record.
Can you tell us, maybe the most important question is, what have you done since this happened with this patient to ensure that there is not a repeat of what has taken place?
With my new system I put in with my clinic, I did an EHR system where I have to input a chart before I can make a prescription. I have no prescription pads at my office, just to prevent this from anyone in my office ever making this mistake again. And I can't even though I have a mobile app, I cannot order a narcotic off of it. I have to be sitting in my desk at the office to order any controlled substance.
What are you asking the board to do?
Leniency. I've learned my lesson. I've tried to put in safe stops to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I truly love being a nurse practitioner. I truly believe it's my calling. And this is how I support my family and myself.
That's all.
Any additional follow-up from the board members or board council?
No, Your Honor.
So you say you work in Hattiesburg
Yes, ma'am.
for your own?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I do have one more. I was just reviewing something and there was a statement from, I'm assuming the coworker about forging signature on some prescriptions.
Yes, ma'am. He took it upon himself to write several more prescriptions using my name and my DEA number.
So these were separate from the ones that you wrote.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
You? Anything further? From the board? No? All right, at this time, I'll allow the parties to give closing statements, if any.
I would just reiterate that we've entered into an agreed stipulation of facts that sets forth the 4 occasions that Mr. Kinsey has admitted prescribing Norco for a coworker. I believe there was a question related to the forged prescriptions. I believe that's how all of this was discovered. But those were done by that particular coworker, the forged statements, and had nothing to do with Mr. Kinsey. Again, Mr. Kinsey admits this, and we would just ask the board panel to look at the facts and look at the charges and avail itself of the penalties that are available in 73-15-29 to determine the best outcome for what Mr. Kinsey has agreed today.
Mr. Grimes?
Mr. Kinsey is a dedicated nurse practitioner who has been in the nursing profession for a while. There are no other blemishes on his record. He is here taking full ownership. He's cooperated fully in this process. And as he said, he's asking for leniency and is obviously concerned about his ability to practice the type of nurse practitioner work that he has been doing. He is simply here asking for as much leniency as possible. And the way that I would say it is, if this board panel chooses to show leniency, you could be confident you've heard from him the steps he has taken to ensure that this cannot happen again. He would certainly keep those safeguards in place in the future, and there will, I'm confident, not be another incident where he would be before this board again. You can have that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain we are concluding this hearing. And I'll entertain a motion from the board to consider whether or not we have grounds to go into executive session to deliberate on these matters.
Make a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor? At this time, the board will vote to go into executive session at this time. Their motion?
I'll make the motion.
In a second. All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, we are now in executive session. We'll return shortly or sometime with the board's ruling on these two matters we just heard. We can do next week. I don't know about this. I don't want to limit. You know,
Do you have this?
Who's in waiting?
Just unmuted too.
Oh, she did? Thank you. Waiting to be let in. Laura, can you hear me? Laura? Are we on mute?
No, we're not.
Laura, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
And we're back in the record. This time I'll entertain a motion from the board to exit executive session.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, we'll proceed and we'll begin first with the board members introducing themselves for the record.
Sandra Culpepper. Okay.
Charlie Walker.
Laura Moore.
The board is in executive session, the board reached the following determinations. On case number 2022-0131. Nancy Scott, license number 901-813. The board found you guilty of the charges in the complaint, charge 1 in the complaint, based upon your own admission and based upon the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at the hearing. The board takes the following disciplinary action: a formal reprimand and a fine of $500, which must be received in the board's office on or before 90 calendar days from the date the executive director executes this order. Do you have any questions or do you, about this board's action, or do you have any questions for, just comprehending what I just read to you? Next, in case number 2022-0429, John Kinsey, license number 902780 The board has found you guilty of all 3 charges in the complaint, based upon your own admission and based upon the sworn testimony and evidence admitted into the record at today's hearing. The following disciplinary action was also taken by the board: a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, which is due 90 calendar days from the date the executive director executes this order. A documentation workshop, legal aspects of nursing, an ethics workshop, and prescribing controlled substances safely, a DEA course, the requirements, DEA requirements. That's the name of that course that you must also take And all of these courses must be completed within 180 calendar days from the date the board, the executive director executes this order, and you must provide the board with written verification of the completion of these board approved courses. Do you have any questions, Mr. Rhymes, about the board action taken today? For both matters, what you heard today will be released to you in the form of findings of facts and conclusions of law, consistent with the board's determinations made today and that were announced today. So you can expect to receive that within 30 to 45 calendar days. And that concludes today's hearings. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, Floyd?